Okay, I think we're good. Cool. Let's see. So let's see. Clear this. Here's running. Here's the code. We have a working 2D visibility mesh from yesterday. Is Bevy capable of building a game like Super Steel Ball? I have never seen Super Steel Ball. What is Super Steel Ball? I don't have Chrome window open over here. Super Steel. Steeleal. Super Steel Ball. This? Crazy sports-like game in which players compete for the control of the ball. Ragdolls fly around in low grav, dribbling and tackling opponents. I'm going to go with yes. This looks to me like maybe some meshes and bones, or meshes and transforms that are moving them. Obviously some input. This ball is obviously going around. This seems very simple in terms of requirements. So I would say yes if this is what you're referring to. But I have never seen this game before in my life. So I don't know if that's the one you're referring to. I'm not seeing anything from images of the game that makes it look to me like it wouldn't be possible to build. Hey Nas, how's it going? And then ragdoll stuff is just like however you want to implement it, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it would work. I will say that I've never done this before, or I've never seen this game before. I assume this multiplayer mode is local because this is from 2015, or it was on a Flash site at one point, because this looks like Flash to me, or at least like Flash inspired. That's the game. Thanks for answering. Yeah. What's the plan for today? Plan for today is I was going to show this because it worked, or I got it working yesterday. Apparently that one terminal doesn't like me today. Some Yabai issues lately with multiple desktops and multi-monitor setups. Plan for today is going to be, I want to build a Rust workshop for people who have programmed before, but don't necessarily know Rust. And I want to make it a very short, to the point, like, here's where you install it, here's what a hello world looks like, here's how you define functions and stuff, and then maybe cover a couple of like really useful stuff. Things like maybe talk about shared references a little bit, maybe talk about ownership a little bit. Some of the more unique features, maybe like handling missing values with options, stuff like that. I want to write the outline for that today. And in the meantime, any questions that people have about Bevy or stuff, I will absolutely answer. Please create a web app using Rust. I have created a couple of different web apps using Rust. This is not one of them. This is the 2D visibility demo from yesterday. Here's the wireframe view on the 2D visibility mesh. There's a couple of features we don't have in the 2D visibility mesh. Specifically, the one that is causing the most problems here is that if you have a, like this. If you have a vertex for a mesh that is not, is like in front of another one, another valid one, then we aren't handling that case right now. But otherwise, this is working pretty well, honestly. It's all real time. We're updating the vertices every single frame. There's no issues here, so it's pretty great. I missed that message in OS, but that's fine. It just shows me that people deleted messages if they delete them. It was something about patterns or something right there. The new type pattern? Yeah, new types can go in there. Just curious, how long did it take you to go through the Rust book? Oh, how long did it take me to go through the Rust book? I mean, the thing to mention there is I went through the Rust book 7 or 8 years ago. So I don't even know that I would accurately remember, if I'm being honest, how long it took me to go through the Rust book. I will say that the Rust book for me was an imperfect resource in the way that many people talk about the Rust book kind of being an imperfect resource. I'm not a C developer, so a lot of the comparisons to C and a lot of like the deviations to talk about how C does things or whatever really fell flat for me and kind of took me away from the intended use of the book, which was learning Rust, right? I don't know how long it took me to go through, though. Do you have videos here on your web app video using Rust? I have some videos on the channel about web apps and Rust. These days, my suggestion is leptos. Do I still have my Chrome window or did I get rid of it? I'm terrible at keeping a Chrome window around. Leptos.dev. This is the thing that I use for web apps in Rust these days. It's wonderful. It is. I gave a talk at RustConf last year, 2024. What did I call that talk? I called it like web apps, web sites, and web assembly, or something like that. I'm playing on www. But yeah, Leptos is like a modern UI framework in Rust, just like React or Svelte or Vue or anything like that. Which makes it really nice because you get to use Rust on the back end. You get to use brand new, spanking new, like API approaches on the front end, like islands. It ships WASM to the browser, which actually can like there's compilation differences between WASM and JavaScript, and WASM does a little bit better in that sense, etc. Do you suggest Leptos for front end only? Because for me, you only see the appeal for full stack apps. Otherwise, you would rather use React or such. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Leptos is the same kind of like server client side rendering as React, right? So you get familiar concepts like suspense. So if you're going to do server rendering and you're going to do client side hydration, or you're going to do static sites, or you're going to do islands based sites, Leptos does all of that. There's no real like trade-off in the approaches that are made available to you. It's one of the reasons I really like it. It does need like the same way you would need like Express to host a React app, you need Axum to host a Leptos app. So yeah, stuff like that. As people refer to full stack, Leptos is full stack in the web world. Option and unwrap, yes. Option unwrap, but also like how to not use unwrap. Your own new pattern instead of new type pattern. Have I ever tried Zig? I've looked at Zig, but Zig doesn't interest me at all, actually. I don't have anything against it. But like Rust does the things that I want out of a modern language. The ownership system, the type system, et cetera, et cetera. The package manager, et cetera, are all things that I really like and enjoy. And Zig feels a little bit like if you really enjoy writing C++ or C, Zig is like a modernized version of C. So it really just doesn't fit into the world of stuff that I am trying to do at all, really. Between Rust and JavaScript, I have basically everything already covered, and I don't really need Zig for anything. I do have a document open here that I was going to start. I'm just going to start typing stuff out because people are suggesting stuff, which is great. Pattern matching, etc. Yeah, anyhow, this error, etc. TBD on whether we actually use anyhow specifically. There's also, I think probably, there's a couple of things that I really like. I like Miette. Color air is basically like anyhow, color air Miette is kind of like the progression of error handling libraries over the last few years. Miette is really nice, but does it have anything that is relevant for that quick start? I don't know. Anyhow is probably good enough. Good to know you're also not a systems programmer, so you chose Rust over something like Zig because it saves you from foot guns you're not even aware of. Yes. So one of the reasons that I didn't, because I've done like Arduino stuff and whatnot, right? And that's like C and et cetera. But like the reason I've never written large scale production software in C is because it doesn't feel like there are many ways to ensure that the stuff that I write doesn't have errors that are like critical failures. And Rust has a lot of stuff that help me do that. I feel confident when I write a Rust application that it's doing the thing it's supposed to do. I don't feel that confidence when I start looking into like C and stuff. Anyhow, this error, yeah. Yeah, dref and asref. I think that might fit into the option section. Well, let's put asref here. And then dref is something that we kind of like, we have to talk about dref coercion at some point. So we'll talk about trait. Obviously, the very, very start is going to be something along the lines of, like, we have to have the install. This isn't necessarily going to be like, what is Rust? We'll call this prelude. And this will be like install Rust up. Talk about cargo a little bit. Right, because it'll be like, hey, how do you manage Rust versions? You go get Rust up installs Rust on your system. Cargo is the package manager, the tester, the builder, et cetera, et cetera. Build tools, and then this is probably hello world finishes out the prelude, or maybe that fits into the next section, but probably we hit that here first. From and try from. I don't know that we'll need from and try from in this. We'll have to come up with an example. I'll leave that down here as a suggestion. Let's go with like, do these fit? Do I come from a web background? If so, what made you get into game dev? I do come from a web background. I started with Flash, actually, a very long time ago. ActionScript and Flash. And then Apple was definitely like, hey, no more of that. So I got more into JavaScript. From JavaScript, I got into like Node and stuff. So I went from like front end to full stack. I had already done PHP at the time too. I didn't really find PHP super enjoyable, but it was nice for like WordPressy kind of stuff and themes and things. I have a video on this on my channel too, detailing some of my journey, but did Node, did Haskell. I've been paid to write a number of different languages. So I've been paid to write like Go, Haskell, Clojure, JavaScript, Node, etc. So got into doing a bunch of full stack stuff, got into some database stuff. 2014 was using React in a full stack capacity before we had any kind of suspense or anything. Before Redux was even introduced. So got to ride that whole wave, worked on some React meta frameworks for a while. I had a contract to work on Gatsby at one point. Gatsby's dead now. What else? TypeScript at one point at Dropbox. Then picked up Rust around like 2017, 2018. And the same things that like Node really unlocked a whole section of programming for me. Took me from just like writing JavaScript in a browser to like writing CLI tools and servers and all these other things. At the same time, I was writing Haskell. And Rust really unlocked the same thing, but for a lot more stuff. So JavaScript is great and Node is great for a whole bunch of different things. Rust is great for even more things, including things like operating systems and networking stacks and whatever, but it also covers all the things that I was already doing. So web stuff, Axum stuff, backend APIs, communicating with databases, microcontrollers were a thing that Rust really helped me get into with Embassy. Being able to do no standard stuff. I've run bevy apps on this Game Boy, for example, and I would never have done that if it wasn't for Rust. And then what? Bevy a few years ago. Bevy, like, I think I joined the Discord in like 0.4-ish. 0.4 to 0.5 of Bevy. And like I was idly looking at it. Like I like video games. I've played video games for a very long time. This is a long rambling answer to your question, but I hope it's interesting in some way. I was like idly looking at Bevy, like playing with it a little bit, getting into it, learning what systems were and the ECS and stuff. Really got into it probably around 0.6. I started making some actual games and stuff. I think some of the workshops on Rust Adventure started around that time. 0.8 brought the Material API, which I was using Nanu for some creative coding stuff at the time. So like noise generation, etc. And Nanu had kind of like stalled progressing and wasn't keeping up at the time. So Bevy with the Material API in 0.8 really helped me get into things like shaders. So I was running into like performance problems with my creative coding stuff in Nanu. And shaders seemed to be like the thing to do if you were running into performance issues. So Material APIs in Bevy 0.8, I got really into getting into shaders. And since then, it's just been more and more game dev. And game dev just gives me a lot of outlets for a lot of my interests. So I grew up playing music. I have a background in programming. I got really interested in rendering and shaders. I did an art degree in college, so like my background is art. And I can take all those things and I can put them into game development, which is really cool. I don't know many other things that I can do that will take all of those things and let me do a little bit of all of them. So that's how I got into game development anyway. That's an extremely long answer. Exception management and chaining. Yeah. So some kind of talk of errors or error handling, right? Chaining, like builder pattern is a maybe, right? Release versus debug is huge. Release versus debug is definitely going to make it in. Release versus debug. I have a video dedicated entirely to, hey, did you forget to put release on your cargo build? Entire video. That's all it is. It's just, hey, you forgot to put release on your thing. Showing off how to implement a simple iterator is always good. Implementing an iterator? I don't know about implementing an iterator. Using iterator. Yes, definitely. Iterator is definitely a topic, like a conceptual, right? Iterators, options and error handling, deref coercion. Like we have to touch on like ownership, shared references. Something that may or may not fit is like shared references versus index-based data structures. That's not how you spell structures. Structures. Okay. Things like people think of like linked lists if they're coming from like C as a simple thing, right? Or like pet graph and graphs. Using indices instead of trying to store references and box values in those structures is a really common approach. But I don't know that it makes it into this particular, because this is like, I think overall, I want this particular set of content to be less than half an hour long, right? Stack and Heap are not going to make it. They're not going to make it into this video. Stack and Heap are not necessarily. I don't know if it's one video, to be clear. I don't know if it's one video. The set of content is going to be less than half an hour. This is meant to be like the quick introduction, and then there will be more that's like language dives and stuff like that, right? Like deeper looks at different features and stuff like that. Trying to make the same, you want to make more art than business logic, and Bevy seems like a fantastic start. Yes, Bevy is fantastic. Love Bevy. Highly suggest doing Bevy stuff. Slices are a really good one though. I don't know. I think slices have to make it, right? They kind of fit with the shared references and stuff, but slices and deref coercion are probably the same topic, right? Because you start talking about vex, and once you start talking about vex, you have to talk about the entire set of functions that you can deref coerce into doing from arrays, right? Rust vec. So like vecs are great. They have a bunch of functions, right? But at least half of the functions are on the deref target to a slice. Maybe more than half. So like you have to talk about deref coercion if you're going to talk about vecs and the functions. You don't really have to like explain too much about it, but you have to say like, hey, some of these functions come from a different place. Hey, Trent, how's it going? Derive. Yeah, like using macros. Like what are macros and how are they used? If we talk about derive, we kind of have to talk about traits, right? Because derive macros are really trait implementations. Move versus copy semantics. We could talk move versus copy semantics. I don't know. I'm like 50-50 on that. Like if the video got too long, this might get dropped. I think moving is really important. And I think that once you talk about like numbers versus structs, you have to talk about move versus copy. But probably not spending too much time there. Yeah, but then you have to explain copy versus move exactly. Same with string and string slice and vec and deref. Yeah. So there is like a ball of stuff, right? Which is part of the reason that like stack and heap not making it in. Right? This is going to be like a Rust quick start set of material. This is going to be like, hey, you've programmed before, you know how to write a function, you know what a scope is. Get rid of the sidebar. You know what a scope is. Like you've written a function before, you've run a program before. What is like the overview of Rust in that sense? So like high level concepts are really important, like iterators and ownership, I think. Deref coercion kind of like gets pulled in if we talk about any data structures, right? So like common data structures. Common data structures probably don't talk about too many of them, if I'm being honest. Like we probably talk about like vec versus array. I think that's the one that people get tripped up on. Just make everything copy clone until the next video. Just derive clone on everything. I mean, yeah, that's a good point though. Like use owned values or owned types in structs, right? Like if you're gonna make a struct definition and you have just started touching Rust, use owned types. Could go from a JS program and write an equivalent Rust. I want to stay away from too many comparisons to other languages. Other languages are a frequent issue for people learning new things. If you write a JavaScript program and you write the equivalent in Rust, anybody that doesn't know JavaScript is going to be like, okay, well, I don't know what the first program does anyway. And they're going to kind of like zone out while you're talking about it. So we can't really, if we're going to do a Rust language quick start, it can't reference other languages because we can't assume anything about what languages other people know. How to use documentation is a great one. How to find and understand structs, methods, and implementations. How to read documentation is a really good one. From COBOL to Rust in 30 minutes. I saw somebody pop up on TikTok the other day. It was like, this is Hello World in COBOL. And I was like, I don't know that I care. String versus string slice. When do we talk about string versus string slice? We're going to talk about shared references at some point. Where's our shared references note? Right, ownership shared references. So like string slice. This is also where the deref coercion stuff comes in. And data structures also come in kind of here. I'm kind of starting to indent stuff because I'm kind of starting to organize things into like in order. How to read the documentation. I think that gets like embedded in looking at something like VEC. I think if we're going to go start talking about data structures in the standard library, I'm going to start showing documentation. So we're going to start going into the documentation, looking at things like, hey, this comes from that trait, whatever. I guess if we're going to talk about iterators, we have to talk about traits, right? Because we have to be able to say iterators are a trait. Otherwise, it doesn't really make that much sense. Reading type signatures, though, is probably a good one. So, like, what does self mean? Return types. Implicit unit. Self, we'll put self here as well. Maybe basic IDE setup with Rust source and Rust analyzer. I don't know that I'm going to do IDE setup. I might mention Rust analyzer. I think mentioning Rust analyzer up here is probably... Yeah, that's how you spell analyzer. Rust analyzer up here is probably where we talk about it, right? The prelude is going to be like install, talk about the tooling, Rust analyzer is in the tooling, check out the hello world, right? Maybe when we're showing the hello world, we show inlay hints. Maybe when we're writing other code, we use things like Rust analyzer assists. Clippy Rust format, Rust doc, right? Like anything that has a cargo subcommand is going to get like a brief mention here, even if we don't talk about like how to use it. Probably not going to mention bacon. I don't think the editor stuff would start a flame war. I just don't think it would be useful to everybody watching the content, right? If you are going to use Emacs, you're probably going to go check out like the Rust analyzer integration for Emacs, right? LGOT or LSP or something like that. If you're using VS Code, you're going to go for the extension. If you're using NeoVim, you're going to go for the other thing, right? Zed might have it built in. I forget. I think people generally who have programmed before have tools and know their tools. So we can just say, go look for Rust Analyzer. Debugging and tests. Tests and debugging are good. Probably write at least one test, right? At least one test. Maybe this comes along with like cargo new lib. Maybe we talk about tests when we talk about cargo stuff at some point. Debugging. What do we do about debugging? Depends what kind of debugging, I think. Clippy formatting. Yeah, I think that stuff gets mentioned in cargo. I don't know that we'll mention like explicitly how to call all of these cargo commands. I might just show a list, be like, hey, here's the list. It includes testing, building, etc. I think that you can infer how to do all that stuff from just seeing a couple of subcommands, right? So we'll do cargo clippy, cargo format, cargo doc, but we probably won't talk about like, I guess if we have time, we'll talk about some of the details, right? Like mentioning that Rust doc can do compile tested examples is probably pretty important, right? I think building maintainable software, maybe when we talk about tests. We also mentioned something along the lines of like Rust doc, and probably examples. So like there's documentation examples and like regular examples. Clippy formatting. Somebody is spamming the email key. Okay. So this isn't really going to be what is Rust. We're never going to be like, this is what Rust is. This is going to be like after you've decided to already use Rust, right? So I don't know what we're gonna name that. Are you going to mention replacing Rust Analyzer check command with Clippy? I often notice people less familiar with Rust to forget this and later be surprised how easy it is to find small fixes. Replacing the command, you mean like in IDE? Don't have ranges in here. We'll mention or write down ranges. Ranges might come with iterators. There's a particular iterator that I kind of really like called extractIf that requires using ranges. So maybe that's extractIf in ranges goes there. Feels like we can kind of like fit things in together a little bit rather than having a bunch of separate things. You know, honestly, Lon, I don't even have that set up myself. You know why though? I usually run Clippy afterwards. Clippy is a post code process for me. It's not a while I'm writing process. Check command. We're not going to cover IDE. Yeah, mine is still check. I never replaced it. We're not going to cover IDE configuration in general. The assumption is going to be that these people have programmed before. So I assume that they have their own editor. So we're going to mention Rust Analyzer being the IDE integration. But I don't know. We can mention this in passing, maybe. We mentioned shared and exclusive references. Absolutely. Ownership. I don't know. I'll think about including it. This is Rust Analyzer check versus Clippy. I don't know. If it fits, we'll fit it in. I don't know that it's critical though. It feels pretty like we're going to talk about Clippy anyway. We could say Rust Analyzer can drive Clippy for you at that time. So it'll be a matter of where it fits in. But it'll be like a one sentence thing, I think. Crates and features. Do we talk about crates and features? Probably because every crate really uses features, right? We probably also want to cover like how to install something. Is there a good crate to use for installation? I want something that doesn't go out of date very often, right? Like if we talk about installing bevy and using feature flags in bevy, that breaks in the next release. Ripgrep is always your example. Ripgrep's probably pretty stable. Updated a year ago, yeah. As a dependency, not as an actual install. I think you can use ripgrep as a library. I don't know if it's the same package, but I believe you can use it as a library. I do know that what's the library that they use under the hood for matching? Crossbeam feels a little advanced / sketchy. I don't think we're even going to talk about channels. Like it's possible we even skip async in this video. Rand is not a good idea. Rand is not a good idea. There's some stuff that's been going on with get random lately. Which has caused quite a bit of commotion in the ecosystem, specifically around WASM targets. So it doesn't particularly impact like a cargo ad, but I think of all the crates that I use on a regular basis, I think itertools changes the least between minor versions. Hash brown? But why would we be installing hash brown? What if doing unit testing cargo ad -dev? Yeah, we're going to cover cargo ad for a dependency. So when we cover dependencies, when we cover cargo stuff, we have to cover like a cargo.toml at some point. Right. Addition. What else goes in a cargo toml? Why am I blanking? Just look at the cargo toml I have over here. We probably mentioned that you can configure lints in here, but probably not much else. Like profiles don't feel like they need a mention. Maybe anyhow, so you can actually have some error stuff. Actually, yeah, we are going to need to talk about error stuff, and we probably are going to use anyhow for it. That feels actually like a really good candidate. I don't think it has feature flags. Well, Backtrace does. I think this just dumps more information to the console, if I remember correctly. So that could actually be pretty good. So I think we'll cargo add anyhow for that example. I think that's pretty good because anyhow is really stable. I think anyhow is probably one of the most stable crates, actually, that I know of. I do think that using anyhow for error handling is probably going to be, like, talking about the error trait doesn't do people all that much. Because typically what people want is the anyhow method of handling errors, especially when they're just starting out. So whether we get deeper into this error is an open question. but we'll probably do anyhow in this error, but not really talk about the trait itself. Because of the boilerplate involved in setting up your own. In practice, everybody uses, anyhow, this error, snafu, etc. One of the things about this compared to maybe like the Rust book is that this quick start can use third-party crates, which is actually really helpful because the way that people do a lot of things is with third-party crates. If you want something that makes sense for a project, maybe micro-rec. If you have any examples with web requests later, would you consider air? It being a little easier. I would consider air. Probably color air. We talked a little bit about this earlier, but like probably my suggested error handling library these days is actually Miette. But Miette is maybe a little bit harder to use. Your phone is bugging, that's fine. You can leave the typos. You don't have to retract them. Oh, you didn't want to delete that? Like my current suggestion for an error handling library is Miette. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it, but why did I type an R at the end? Right. And Miette produces these really nice error messages. But it is a little bit heady to use for a beginner, I think. Right. Like it does contain all the stuff that we would want. Yeah, Miette is a lot. I do think it's a really good suggestion. It's not as stable as anyhow. I mean, it still doesn't, change all that often, but anyhow is like a pretty core crate. A lot of people use anyhow. I think in production, my suggestion would be Miette, but for education, for building something that doesn't need to be rewritten next month, anyhow is pretty good. I don't know. TBD. TBD, because if we use anyhow, I think we can get rid of this error, right? Because it has the derives all in it. Oh no, they do include this error. Sorry, never mind. So they go together a bit. It's a lot of macros. It's a lot of attributes. It's a lot of stuff. But maybe it's the right choice. I'll think about it a little bit more. You just use color air. Color air is really good. I love color air. Color air is what I used in a bunch of the early Rust Adventure workshops. I like that it has color output. There's a couple other things that I like as well. One of them is that you can actually put Git URLs in the configuration. I don't think it shows it on the README, but color air also pretty stable. All these error libraries have been around for at least like the last 6 months, so like not too bad on any. We could also just pick a version so it won't go out of date immediately. Probably could make a follow-up playlist that shows why the previous code sucks and show alternatives, which gives change to introduce new, probably larger crates. Yes. Videos like that do really well. They also bring in a lot of people who are like itching to prove you wrong. So like if you do one of those like beginner, intermediate, advanced kind of vibes, that tends to attract people who are like, I just want to disagree with you, which I don't love. Clap has a bunch of feature flags. Clap also changes quite a bit. Clap is huge. Clap is definitely like the library that I use for like when I'm like, hey, you're going to build an actual CLI application with actual arguments and actual everything and like subcommands and everything. Clap is the library I suggest using. It is a big library. I know that some people have an issue with that, but I think choosing minimal versions of things is an advanced move and not a beginner move. Are you going to fundamentally approach the language itself like snippets of code or more from a logic behind it perspective? I think I will show some code and I'm going to talk about higher level concepts. Like to talk about, let's say iterators, I should like show you how an iterator works, right? Like when we talk about iterators and I'm like, hey, Rust uses iterators. A lot of people are really familiar with for loops, so I have to connect it back to for loops as syntax sugar for iterators, which means showing some code. But what I'm going to talk about is iterators at a higher level, and why they're interesting, as well as a little bit about how they work. The ownership, shared, and exclusive references. I'm going to talk a little bit about what ownership is and how to mentally model it. But I'm probably not going to go as far as saying, this is so that you can control what is on the heap and not on the heap and what is on the stack. I think stack and heap stuff isn't necessary for ownership. I think you can explain ownership in a way that is very much like, you don't want to be mutating this thing from two threads at the same time anyway. That is a bug. And ownership can help you avoid that problem. Does trying to prove you wrong equal engagement and good for the algorithm, even though it's annoying? Depends. I think watch time is the big metric if you're talking about YouTube metrics. If you want your video to kind of get suggested, the key metrics that I look for are how many people are still watching after 30 seconds and how much of the video have they watched. With those two metrics, you can kind of gauge how well a video is going to do. The other one that like is kind of separate is click-through rate. So like title, thumbnail, are your title and thumbnail good enough for somebody to even want to click? After they click, do they stay for 30 seconds? And if they stay for 30 seconds, do they watch 80% of the video or do they drop off after 20? Those are the three numbers that I would look at. Everything else is kind of just noise. Arg hasn't changed in a while, so could show that instead of clap. It's also smaller. Yeah. I don't know that we need a library if we're going to do a small CLI. I think this is the quick start, right? This is the like, here's Rust, here's an intro. Maybe I name some libraries and stuff. But there are going to be, and there are already, more workshops around like, oh, you want to build CLI tools? Here's 5 workshops on how to build a CLI tool. You think maybe what you're thinking of is specific enough that you might need to write about it yourself. You're thinking about things like all assignments are pattern matching, everything is an expression. Yes, those things are things that I want to cover, right? That's why I include pattern matching here. Everything is an expression is like a really important one that I actually haven't written down yet. But like things like if being an expression, things like Blocks being expressions. What else is not typically? Like the requirement of a semicolon, like semicolon as being a statement termination that returns unit rather than being something that is like just syntactically invalid or valid. Yeah, expression based is going to include no return because the one of the things about being expression based is that the terminal expression is what gets returned. So you have like you kind of inherently have to mention that if you're talking about things being expression based. I want to take this a little bit higher level, but I also want to give people a little bit of a base and exposure to the syntax. Yes, patterns everywhere. Absolutely. I think the pattern matching here, I was thinking the pattern matching here is like if let else, like control flow pattern matching, which also includes a bunch of that kind of stuff. Places you can use patterns everywhere. It's not everywhere, but but yes, I would much like to use those as the high level kind of categories here. I don't know that I'm going to mention the orphan rule, right? Like new types are really interesting. I don't know if they fit actually. I'm going to put them in the do these fit. You really wish more resources taught about irrefutable patterns, the kind that are everywhere. Yeah, absolutely can do that. If you mention iterator, it's probably good to mention the difference between iter and intuiter. Yeah. New type definitely does not fit, you think? I think that the I don't know. It might. New type. So the thing about new types is that it is a new thing that people coming to Rust probably haven't been exposed to, right? You don't get exposed to new types in JavaScript. You don't get exposed to new types in Python. You don't get exposed to new types in a whole bunch of languages. If you're a functional programmer, you know what a new type is. If you're not a functional programmer, you probably don't. We are going to talk about structs and enums. And when we talk about structs and enums, I have to mention that you can use a tuple struct. So maybe when I talk, maybe when I mention that there are tuple structs, I say, oh, you can use this to make it mean a thing. If I do that, I'll probably compare and contrast against the type alias. But we'll see. Static and dynamic dispatch, probably not. Static and dynamic dispatch. I don't think it's critical, static and dynamic dispatch. I think that's more of an intermediate topic. Kind of, you've definitely written new typish wrappers in Python even before learning Rust. Yeah. I'm not saying like you can't, right? Like you can work your way around writing them in JavaScript and whatnot too, right? But it's not like if I said, hey, this is a new type, there's a lot of people that don't know what that means. If there's a central, is there a central place for most common things that trip people up, or will that be spread across the relevant sections? I think that'll be spread across the relevant sections because a central place for things that trip people up is kind of like a miscellaneous folder, right? You can stuff everything into it. So it makes sense to talk about those things when you're talking about the relevant topic rather than, hey, you're going to make these mistakes. So go read the mistakes you're going to make folder, if that makes sense. Because nobody's going to read the mistakes you're going to make folder. Because nobody thinks they're going to make mistakes. We could mention the difference between statically typed and strongly typed. I don't think we can. I actually, from a programming language design perspective, I don't think the difference between statically typed and strongly typed is really interesting at all. I think if you're talking to people who are programming language like enthusiasts, that that discussion can take on more meaning, but it's very much a thing that is production languages include a smattering of different approaches at different times. So like you can't say Rust is statically typed, etc. Right? Because technically speaking, like bevy has reflection. So like, is that static typing if you're doing completely dynamic component types? No. Anyway, I think that production languages, general purpose production languages, tend to be like a spectrum of typings rather than being any specific one. And talking about them really has meaning for programming language enthusiasts, but really loses its meaning when you're just talking to people who know a language. Even just Dyn isn't really static typing anymore, yeah. Where's this stuff? I need to comment out a bunch of this stuff. Let's just comment out all of this. Comment out this. I just copied and pasted my book template in. Where are the outputs? Completely unformatted typist doc. Oh, I didn't even realize until now you're writing typist. Very nice. Yes. Yeah, so the Boxstein and Egober, but also like that reminds me of like Boxstein error. Like if you talk about regular errors in Rust and the error trait, you have to introduce Boxstein error. And Boxstein error is just like not a thing that I feel like talking to beginners about. Oh, Turbofish, like collect. Collect is a really good thing. Collect is a thing that we have to cover. Do we have a place for collect? Probably an iterator section. And we use this as an opportunity to talk about like type inference. One of the things that's probably pretty important to cover is like, unlike some other typed languages, Rust is really good at doing type inference, right? So the decision for Rust to have typed functions, like require functions to be typed, is an explicit choice that didn't need to be made, actually. On a technical level, functions don't have to be typed. The reason that Rust has typed functions is that it co-locates the errors that you have into the function that you are writing or dealing with. because if you don't have functions with types and the function types are inferred, the error can happen 3 functions away because a bunch of types got inferred and then the error happened over here, which is a really frustrating place to be. Oh, you don't mean talk about box dynamic? You were just joking. Yeah, I know you were talking. I know you were joking. It's all good. I'm not going to talk about any at all. What about the thought process for how good of a choice using Rust is for various use cases? I don't think this is a why you should use Rust video or series of things. I think the content here isn't why use Rust, it's how use Rust, right? The concept being, or the conceit of the core, or the course being like, you are a person who has a programming language experience, JavaScript, Python, Ruby, C, whatever. You have decided to learn some Rust. Here is a half-hour set of stuff where you can go, okay, this is what Rust is about, right? Maybe you can't write like your own standalone full like 2,000 line programs, but you can walk away with like, okay, I can get a feel for what Rust is here and decide whether to keep learning it or not inside of an hour, but like realistically inside of half an hour. I think the why Rust video is a completely separate video. Like there is a right, like this course is for learners who know at least one language and have decided to take a look at Rust. This should be under 30 minutes of content. I'm actually very conscious about the timelines of workshops and stuff. I'll explain why in a second after I finish this. Why Rust? What is Rust good for? Other stuff. I don't know. For the why Rust, you could just link to somebody else's video. Yeah, Hindley Milner. Yeah. I got paid to write Haskell in a past life, so I'm a big fan. Big fan of Hindley Milner. All use cases are good use cases. I don't know. I think like there could be a series here of like Rust for X, where like it's Rust for game development and like Rust for web services and Rust for UI stack and, etc. Rust for embedded. Like there's a ton of like use case based videos. Wait, you respond as if you hadn't seen No Boilerplate? I am aware of No Boilerplate. I haven't seen a video of theirs pop up in a very long time. But I know they were creating videos like a year or two ago. Yeah, imagine a YouTube creator not being aware of other YouTubers. He gave a talk at Eurorust the other week. It was really good. Cool. What was the talk? Or what was the title of the talk? Could add some key examples of Rust in the wild to before the course part. Rust in the wild. What is Rust good for? I think that's this. Right? Like that's where it gets mentioned, like Rust is getting into the Linux kernel, and Rust is getting into game development, and Rust is getting into whatever. Um, and then I think there's a video probably to be made on every individual topic here. And these videos are like the Rust for X videos, right? These are, we'll call these topics. And each of these includes like crates that are useful, patterns unique to topic. What else? Examples of production software, things like that. I think there's a whole series to be made here out of this stuff, which is why I'm scoping this to just, I've decided to do Rust, and I need to know a little bit about it, decide if I want to continue. So I think what do we get to? We finish off the prelude with Hello World, right? We'd say install Rust, talk about Cargo Clippy, talk about some tooling, Rust Analyzer, end with a Hello World, right? Misusing const, yeah. Oh, RSI issues, that's awful. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Five podcasts, that's wild. Are they all Rust podcasts, or are they just like spread out amongst different stuff? Okay, so we end here with Hello World. And I think we start here with, well, do we end here with Hello World? Sequence wise, this is going to be like, we probably need to start off with like, what video am I watching? Or like, you know, like what am I engaging with right now? Like, I don't want to do a long, like 3-minute intro, but I want to be like, hey, this is a video. You've already decided to learn Rust. Great, let's go. Keep it under 10 seconds kind of thing. Then we get to installing Rust up. Rust, that's how you get your Rust versions. That's how you get your targets, things like that. We talk about cargo. We have to talk about a bunch of the subcommands when we talk about cargo. Rust Analyzer. Is there any other separate tooling? Like Rust Analyzer is separated. Clippy is embedded in cargo. Rust format, Rust doc embedded in cargo. I guess Miri or something like that, but I don't feel like we need to mention Miri. Oh, 4 or fiction podcasts. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Interesting. It's interesting that he does like 4 fiction podcasts and then like this Rust channel on the side. Rust Analyzer. I don't know if we're going to actually mention inlay hints. We probably have to talk about like what Rust Analyzer can actually do for you. So like we probably do talk about helpers and inlay hints and like fill match arms, right? We can also mention the like check versus Clippy because we'll have just talked about Clippy. Like We're not gonna do IDE integration, just mention like this is where you get your IDE integration from. Probably to do a bunch of this, we have to show some code. So I don't know if Hello World is even going to be relevant at that point. Because we'll basically have just jumped in, right? If we're going to talk about Rust Analyzer and what it can do for you and like fill match arms, for example, you enjoy using Rust Analyzer converting JSON to Rust structs. Oh, is that embedded in Rust Analyzer? Can I just do that on a... Can I just take this somehow and do... Do you know what the helper is called? I remember there being separate tools that could do this. JSON destruct isn't working anymore. No. What is the thing called though? I'll pretend I never heard that. You should be able to paste a single JSON object in your code and use the code action. What is it called? Diagnostic. So Rust Analyzer. We're going to go to the Rust Analyzer docs. Manual. Oh, it's a whole book now. JSON. Profiling. Linked projects. Did I hit save? No, I didn't hit save. Convert JSON to struct Rust Analyzer in NVim. Convert, maybe? Assist. Convert JSON. Do I need to be on like a nightly Rust Analyzer? I feel like this was added a few years ago. There's no JSON in here. I can't find what you're talking about. There's only a code action, not a command, so you can't search for it. Okay, so that explains why I haven't had it. So if I save this and I do what with it, though? highlight, and then bring up code actions. Light bulb at the start of the line. Yeah, that's my dot here. It does not work for me. Is it? Maybe if I make it a single line, does it have to be like a JSON string? Oh, wow. So it has to be on a single line. That's very cool though. I don't think that I have ever used JSON on a single line. Why is it working now? So it kind of like recognized this. So now we put it back in, we save. Oh, I removed the trailing comma. So this was invalid JSON is what was happening. Because the JSON was invalid because of the trailing comma. I think that's a really cool one to bring up, honestly. Thanks for like sticking with me while I figured that out. JSON to Rust struct is a cool one. Unfortunately, it didn't tell me that I had invalid JSON, but is there a way for people to try it on the web or something? Yes, there is. Absolutely. We could mention Rust Playground. And actually, we technically don't even need to install via Rust Up because Rust Playground does everything we would actually need. Maybe add a note about the trailing comma just in case. Yeah, I think possible stuck key detected. If JSON is invalid, it won't show up. I'm so used to trailing commas. If you have serialized, deserialized, and scope, it derives them. It also works for nested JSON, which is really neat. It generates enums if there's multiple variants of a nested object. That's really cool. Is this going to be a mentor-driven, good quality Rust course? What do you mean by mentor-driven? So for Rust Adventure, I've historically shied away from like having cohorts. But I do know that people like doing cohorts. I think for me, because I don't personally like, I don't engage with material that way, right? Like joining a cohort doesn't make a ton of a sense to me as a learner. Like I wouldn't want to wait for a cohort, but I know that there's a bunch of people who do. Just because I don't, it never comes up in my head to do it. Yeah, Josh is great, by the way. Josh is somebody I've known for a large number of years at this point. There is a I don't think I have my bot open because I never set up correctly. I'm a true streamer. Everything is always off. Let's see if it'll connect. I'm going to boot the application right now. I have a Discord for all this work is what I'm about to say. I think this will work. Looks like it's connected. Hey, That's the Discord. Anybody who wants to join is free to join. It used to be paid only. It is no longer paid only from a Discord perspective. So anybody can join. Anybody can ask questions. I typically don't. I don't do like one-on-one mentorship relationships. I have a lot of feelings about those, but TLDR, I basically don't. I don't allow people to pay for one-on-one stuff. I have people pay for the courses so that I can develop more courses, and then I just answer questions in the Discord basically for free. If you would create something as good as that for Rust, then take your money. Yeah, that's the goal anyway. Josh does a really, really good job. Rust is significantly less visual, so it's a little bit harder to make everything look good. But Josh is wonderful, and definitely, I really enjoy the effort they put into their content. Would have expected you to have a VPS for that kind of thing. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, I could. Right now, I'm just running StreamerBot locally. I don't even know if StreamerBot can run on a server. That would probably be better, honestly. I have written some stuff with Serenity and whatnot for Twitch, but I don't think there's a Rust library for. Actually, why am I searching this on my Windows machine? Let's search for it together. I don't think there's a YouTube API crate. Data API, downloading, music, lounge, downloading, search. Like there's a lot of data API things, but not a whole lot of right, because Serenity is a Discord bot, and I think Twitch has API bindings. Yeah, that's the Helix API. But I don't think the other thing is, I guess I have to sign in as another user. I don't know if I'll be able to do that well on a VPS. In any case, there's a bunch of APIs and stuff. It might be worth looking into at some point. Building a YouTube chatbot could be something that we do as a project. There's a YouTube chat crate. And check that out before I think this is one of the ones that we saw, right? This is just fetching YouTube chats. Which I guess is fine, right? If it's just fetching, then you do this, you run it, it fetches. And then you use a second account to call out to the APIs to send messages through a bot. Like StreamerBot has two things. It has my account signed in and then a bot account signed in. For more visuals, you can work an ASCII art crab into the Hello World. I could do that. Absolutely could do that. So yeah, Rust Playground versus Rust Up. Rust versions, targets, talk about cargo, talk about some subcommands. I think we have to show code examples to talk about these subcommands. I don't know that that's true though. I'm 50-50 on putting more content in the prelude. I feel like the prelude is very I don't know. It's easy to lose people. So if I talk about too many things they don't care about in the prelude, then they'll just dip. And if this is going to be a language thing, cargo is an important part of the language. Showing them code before I've explained the code may or may not be useful. So I'll put a question mark here. Because if we're going to talk about cargo, if we're going to mention things like building, then we have to talk about like crates and packages, right? Or maybe we just like, we treat it a little bit fast and loose because it's a quick start, and then we rely on follow-up content to do deeper dives. So we could skip over the fact that we're building crates and just say, this is how you build a Rust application that's a binary. And then later on, we can talk in a different location, not this set of content, but a different location about packages, crates, and modules. I think I like that. Again, this is like probably already a lot for half an hour. I want to keep this under half an hour. I think that if I can't say it inside of half an hour, then it belongs in a different video anyway, or a different set of content. Google YouTube 3 seems to do chat message sending, but it also seems very raw, just an API wrapper. Yeah. There's no like high level chatbot tool. You vote for fast and loose, just mentioning there's a build system package manager. I think that's it. I think that I think code examples, if they are necessary, but not code examples for everything. Right? Like, code examples are not going to help a lot of things. I guess Rust doc could have a screenshot of like docs.rs. And before you end up recreating faster than Lime's a half hour to run Rust. Very different style. I think the half hour to learn Rust is basically just, here's like 20 code examples. Good luck. I want to focus on higher level concepts rather than lower level syntax. 20, try 50. Is it really that long? Let's find out. It's also old, right? Half hour to learn Rust. Oh, right, because it's a... You know what? I don't understand why I forgot that Faster Than Lime is known for doing like 80-page blog posts. How could I have forgotten that? Yeah, it's basically like, here's a bunch of code examples, which is cool, but it's definitely not what I'm going for. Pretty much all intros do C, C++, do it fast and loose. C make VS Code is the lifetime that follows. Cargo is less scary. Yeah. It's basically just here's a list of snippets to learn how to read Rust. Yeah. Yeah, I want to do a little bit more talking about higher level concepts. I want to talk about things like this is an expression-based language. I feel like we have to mention release versus debug. Like this is... I have an entire video on the channel dedicated to release versus debug. So not mentioning it feels like leaving out something very important. I feel like people have a lot of trouble dealing with enums when they get started with Rust. So like mentioning unwrap and stuff is really important. Please mention this. Enums. Release versus debug, yeah. Release versus debug is definitely going in. think these all go lower. So how to read documentation gets in here at some point. How to read documentation could get very in deep. So I think that maybe we don't talk all that much about specifics, but we just say like, here's docs.rs. Here's how to navigate docs. Here's where to find information in docs versus standard library docs, right? Docs.rs and standard library docs are in different places. So many people, why is it so slow? It's slower than Python. Didn't compile and release. That's so common. So I think we'll probably not do reading type signatures then. Maybe, maybe not. I feel like this reading type signatures has to be a really light touch if we include it. How to read documentation, probably good to add after we install anyhow, or when we're talking about installing anyhow, right? Because we're going to go cargo add. Do we have cargo add mentioned explicitly in here? Here's cargo add. So we do something along the lines of cargo add, talk about the cargo toml, right? Cargo new, right? Cargo new. Maybe this is bin instead of lib. Do we have a lib down here? Yeah, cargo new lib. We'll talk about tests at a different time. Error stack needs more love, you think? Reading type signatures might be more useful. Just point people at a different video. Yeah, I have a different video on reading type signatures. There's a video on the channel called Reading Complex Rust Types, and it goes into like the warp types. I probably need to remake that video. It's been a couple years. I've grown as a Rust developer and as an educator. So I think I could probably make a better version of that video now. Yeah, the warp types with all the traits and bounds and everything. I think that's a good candidate for a video. Let's see. Let's call these like post videos. Probably have to title it something else. I already used how to read complicated Rust types. Stack heap aren't making it, so that could be a separate video or a separate like piece of content. I think that the stuff that doesn't make it falls into like, so this is going to be like the quick start, right? The way that I'm envisioning this in my head is this is going to be the quick start. There's going to be probably like a video on Rust Adventure that's like the Why Rust video that's on the homepage. That will send you to this video after you get started. This will be your half hour, like, do I even want to be here video? And then the workshops will start after that. And the workshops will be like, here is like the Rust testing workshop or like the Rust whatever, or like making CLIs or whatever. And one of those will be the language reference workshop, where it's like, here's a bunch of standard library types. Here's what they do. Here's are the functions on them. Here's what you can like, important things to know about them. So it'll be like a whole like dropout thing. Probably good to keep the option open to swap out the video about reading types so you can point at the old one at release and the new one when you make it. Yes, I see what you're saying. So cargo new bin. Cargo new bin is probably where this whole thing starts. Right? So structs and enums, et cetera, et cetera. This probably all fits in between cargo new bin and errors. Right? The first thing here is probably, hey, we're going to start a new Rust project. That will be a competitor to the bootcamp, you feel? Yeah, maybe. Generics. The Rust Adventure stuff has always been intended to be a large collection of Rust language and other workshops. I just do a really bad job of marketing it, advertising it, and stuff like that. So need to get better at marketing it as well. Generics are not really a beginner level concept, but kind of needed for lifetimes and explaining the borrow checker. Are generics needed for the borrow checker? I guess what you're saying they're needed for lifetimes. Lifetimes are technically generics, but I don't think that generics are needed for lifetimes. I don't know the answer to that question, Hukasu. I don't know. I historically have not done cohorts. I know that people really like cohorts. Maybe I'll set up a cohort for the new year, like a starting in January cohort or something like that. That could be really interesting, actually, now that I think about it. I've never done a cohort before, so if I finish a bunch of the content update that I want to do here with this stuff, then over the course of December, when I'm doing yeah, over the course of December, when I'm doing like Advent of Code stuff and Rust language stuff, I can start being like, if you actually want to join the cohort and learn Rust, then hey, we're starting something in January. All of you can join then. That would be really interesting, actually. And then I'll do like weekly like meetups, basically for each section of the material or something like that. Again, like cohorts are something that like I personally never opt into myself, but I know that other people tend to really like. So I'm opening to doing them if people want them. But for generics, I think that you kind of have to touch on generics for talking about VEC. You don't have to get deep into generics. You don't have to get into like trait bounds and stuff, but you do have to kind of say like, hey, this VEC can hold anything. And that's a generic. For lifetimes, I think you actually get away with not talking about generics at all. Because you can start talking about references without talking about generics. And if you're talking about references, you can definitely talk about, okay, well, there's only one owner of data in Rust, right? One variable owns the data. If you want it, you can either move it into the place that you want, or you can share it with the place that needs to use it. And if you share it, then the owner is still that variable. So the lifetime of this thing is related to how long it lives in that variable. So if you like give it away and then try to drop the variable, that is still like lent out to somebody and hasn't come back, so you can't drop it yet. And you don't have to talk about generics to frame something like that. Although I do see why you would think generics and lifetimes are connected, because they are, right? Lifetimes are generic. Yeah, just a bit of generic syntax without getting into generics for like VEC. And then, yes, like lifetime A is generics, but you don't really need to be like, hey, these are generics. You can just say, hey, this is a lifetime. Ownership probably goes pretty early then. right? Expression based before ownership, expression based before ownership. Control flow, probably also before ownership. So we cargo new bin, we get a new project. We start talking about like what a binary is. Not like in depth, but like, hey, this is a binary. Main function required. FN syntax for functions. If you do cargo new bin, you have to talk about print line because it comes with the territory, right? You do cargo new bin, you get main.rs with the print line in it. From there, we can do some small examples. And this is probably, do we talk about ownership immediately? No, I don't think we have to. So we start with variables. We get very quickly into expression based with if and like let else and things like that. Some control flow stuff, places you can use patterns, maybe here, maybe later. Right? Like maybe this comes after ownership because patterns sometimes make you deal with references. Release versus debug, we probably are just going to insert arbitrarily at some point whenever. Maybe this is really early, maybe it's not. Maybe this is one of the first things we mention. I can't think of anything that is like super computationally intensive that would make it long to execute that we could show release with. Like iterating over a huge range doesn't sound particularly intensive. Sleep isn't going to work. So if I can come up with something that is simple, then release and debug goes earlier. Otherwise, no. Error handling and options and stuff. We probably talk about structs and enums before that. Right? So we get into like, really what I want to get into here is sum and product types. Factorial is a good one. Factorial is a good one. Actually, release versus debug. I feel like release versus debug just like, it just has to be there, you know? It's just like, it's one of those things where somebody has to tell you. Because if they don't tell you, you don't figure it out until later. So like throwing it right at the front makes a lot of sense. We probably also have to talk about cargo toml here. Because if we're going to do cargo new bin, we're going to get a cargo toml. So we have to be like, hey, here's source main, here's cargo toml. Probably skip lock files. Maybe a one sentence thing on a lock file, but nothing really important. Release versus debug, we'll use factorial for that. Try to choose a big number. The one, I haven't run a factorial in Rust like this in a while. I hope that it doesn't automatically compute it. I hope it doesn't like const it implicitly. I don't think it will, but yeah. If the only thing your program does is run a factorial, then Rust might be like, oh, that's the only thing you're doing? I know that's the only thing you're doing. Here's the number. So I might have to black box it or something, but variables, expression-based, control flow. We don't really hit any like high-level topics here. We hit expression-based. Expression-based is a high-level thing. Then we get into ownership. Ownership is a high level thing. Take the numbers as an arg, then it can't const. Can you take you can't take an arg into main, can you? I guess I could do a CLI argument. I guess because we're playing fast and loose, this can be a CLI argument, right? We're assuming somebody already has programming experience, so we don't really need to like introduce the concept of accepting an argument or something like that. We can just say, hey, when we run this program, we're going to pass in an argument. Here's the argument. Here's the factorial. Done. This is why you have to like pick your audience, right? Because if this was for a more beginner, somebody who had never programmed anything before, we would have to talk about what a function is. We would have to talk about what factorial is. We would have to talk about what a CLI argument is, how to pass one on the CLI, etc. Yeah, env args as the iterator, next, be done, or nth one, be done. Recursion. You want to cover recursion in the quick start? I don't think so. I think that recursion is something that people just have trouble with. I don't think we cover recursion. I think recursion has to be its own video because even people who know another language aren't guaranteed to be familiar with it. Variables, ownership. This is when we mention that data has a single owner, right? We start talking about what it means to share references, shared and exclusive references. Where are we doing control flow? We're doing control flow up here. So we might move control flow over or back between ownership and the afterwards. We mentioned pattern matching here, but I think we'll do pattern matching in places you can use patterns. So I think actually to do places you can use patterns, we have to talk about data structures first. You're lucky you learned C back in uni, but to appreciate Rust, I think you need to have learned C first. I don't think that's true at all. I don't know C. I still don't know C. This is already 3 pages of outline. Structs and enums, places you can use patterns. We get into cargo add and crates and features. How to read documentation for that crate that we just added, how to use it. Traits come later. So question is, do we talk about generics here? I think generics and traits kind of like go hand in hand, more so than generics and lifetimes. We will have already seen a macro. So once we've talked about traits, we can talk about macros. So derive, function like, attribute like. Move and copy semantics probably belong in ownership. Rust for X is just a list of are we X yet websites. That's a funny reference. I think are we game yet is probably out of date, right? Are we game yet Rust? Almost. Oh, this page kind of needs to maybe be redone. Yeah, working with Amethyst. Is Amethyst is gone, right? Amethyst doesn't exist. The .rs is gone. What date is this post? If it loads. 2016, Are We Game Yet was created. I don't know the last time it was updated. Generated 2025 10/13, so there was some update fairly recently. Don't know what the update was, but triangle from scratch. $1,000, that's about rendering. Interesting. This was updated last year. Are we game yet? Are we web yet? Yes, and it's freaking fast. I don't ever add any of my workshops to these pages or anything. I probably should. I don't even add my stuff to the like bevy learn page. I don't think did this even mention diesel SQLX, no leptos, but you. So this is out of date as well. No sycamore. Rocket and Actix Web. Yeah, this is really out of date. You should. You are the source for visual learners. I should what? I don't remember what I said. One of the downsides of streaming is I keep talking, and then when a comment comes in, I don't know what they're referring to. It should definitely show async GraphQL and Poem. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like there's been a bunch of things in the web space that have come out. Add your stuff to the list. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I will. After this next sequence of updates, I will. I'm going to get all my 0.17 workshops out, and then I'll add the workshops to the Learn page. I don't think it makes sense to add like individual videos because I make so many videos. I'd be updating that page like every week, which just seems like overload, right? Like, I am very conscious that the amount of stuff that I produce is a very large volume and can very easily like drown out anything else in a given area if I post it all to a specific spot. So only the big stuff, I think. Only when I do a new workshop or something like that, I think. Are we VFX yet? I'm not a huge fan of the templates for these sites. How to revive a dead Rust project. Does that include the Are We X Yet site? This one doesn't have an updated thing at the bottom. I'm becoming the brackies of bevy. I would take that as a high compliment, honestly. It's also kind of what I'm intending to be, if I'm being honest. Unrelated, but do you know any information about the bevy editor or best practices for bevy UI? You weren't able to catch you on the last bevy stream. Well, all the bevy streams are on the channel, just recorded and posted. So if you do want to catch it all, they're there. But best practices for bevy UI and the bevy editor. The bevy editor won't get like merged and released until after BSN gets merged and released. So BSN is going to get a version for 0.18 is my current understanding. Don't quote me on it, but it is what I think Hart is saying. People are saying that they want to get, let's see, bevy.org. I think it's in the future work section of the, what's next? BSN. We plan to land the new BSN macro and the BSN asset format in 0.18. So BSN officially, as of the 0.17 release, is targeted for 0.18. As far as the editor, I'm talking with one of the people that is driving the editor work. We might make a video on editor stuff. TBD. I think that could be a very interesting video, but I don't want to. I think it's also a video I want to be cautious about making, because it could be very easy to make a video that makes it feel like I'm promising something will happen. So I feel like I just need to be very careful about making that video, even though it seems to be something the people working on it want. If I haven't seen it, Granite Editor is doing cool things. Yeah, Granite's a version behind at the moment, right? 0.2.2, 0.16. Yeah, Granite's a version behind. I think they just recently released 0.16 compatibility. But yeah, I mean, this is what most people end up doing, if I'm being perfectly honest. They end up getting a bunch of eGUI panels and dumping them into a running bevy application. So this is pretty much what I expect out of most projects that are doing this at the moment. I think for me, there's not a lot here that I can use or like would find very useful. That's not to say it's a bad project or anything, just to be clear. I just like, I use Blender for all of my level design needs. And thus I have a significantly more rich environment to do level design and build models and stuff. And then I also make Scheme, right? So I'm the person responsible for making the thing that lets you put bevy components onto entities inside of Blender. So like all of my level design stuff and component adding is happening in Blender right now. And it's like the bottom bar for me to care about an editor has gone way up because of that. Like the screenshot shows some debug info, which I can always access at any time because these are just built into bevy. Logging, I usually run things from a terminal, so I always see the logs. Events is something that I don't think I've ever really actually felt the need for, if I'm being honest. This is component editing. I don't know if there's a save button. Is there a save button somewhere in here? Is this saving to a scene? Or is this just editing like in the game? I bet you there might be a save button in the file panel. But if you can modify these components, but not save them, then it becomes less useful to me as well. I think it's a RON file. Do I do any chunking for worlds in Blender though? Could that work for an open world? Well, an open world like needs a bunch of instances spawned, right? So there's a number of ways you can achieve that. If you're doing something like procedural generation, then you have a bunch of pieces in Blender and you combine them in programmatically. We don't have asset streaming in Bevy at all. So if you're going to do chunking, it has to be completely separate stuff. You can absolutely, in Blender, put a bunch of stuff in one giant world, collect those into collections, and then do collection exporters, and have each of those in a separate file. So you could absolutely build your chunks that way. There's a number of other approaches you could take as well. But we don't have asset streaming. So it's tough to do like really big stuff. You actually dislike adding more information to a model or scene. You rather have that kind of information defined above the model scene. What do you mean by above the model scene? You mean like when you're doing a scene root spawn? Put it on the scene root object entity? Also, it's always funny to me that we chose scene root as that component name when there's actually a scene root entity that is different than the scene root. But yeah, this project has been continually updated for multiple versions, which is more than I can say for a lot of other editors. So that's very, very cool. Scene serialization. There we go. JSON RON that links to the model instead of the model linking to other files data. A JSON RON that links to the model. Yeah, so you like the manifest, like the Leafwing manifest approach. Does this have a 0.17? It does. This kind of stuff makes a lot of sense to me. I don't think that GLTF needs to be the source of all of your data, right? Like a CSV file with a bunch of data that has a bunch of asset URLs, like to a bunch of GLTF files or something, makes total sense to me. RON links to a model and defines the transformations to do on it. Yeah, so you're looking at something that's a little bit more like BSN, yeah. I think there's two things that GLTF does. One of them is a scene format, and one of them is a collection of stuff. And the collection of stuff isn't getting replaced by BSN. But the scene format, we could write a BSN exporter for Blender. That would have a much similar effect to what you're talking about with the RON stuff. The lack of external references in GLTF makes it difficult to have multiple files, like share a material for a world with a character with a different files for both. Long time this week in Bevy enjoyer, first time chatter. Hope you're doing well. Oh, I'm glad you've been enjoying This Week in Bevy. It's always nice to I know there's a lot of people who lurk and just read and watch and whatnot, so it's always nice to hear from y'all. I always try to avoid using Unity and Godot editors as much as possible, but you're hopeful for Bevy's approach, yeah. For materials, you have a system that replaces a material based on the GLTF material name. Yeah, I think that there's like material design for a lot of the stuff. Texture application in Blender can work well, but I find myself doing standard material extensions and stuff quite a bit. If you want like a material library, you can always create that ahead of time or whenever these things are being loaded. You feel like it's more of a quick hack. I don't really find the fact that GLTF doesn't have cross references to be that much of a blocker for myself. I think that there's a lot of people who have very strong feelings about it that are definitely not invalid. But my personal approach is very much like, do what I can inside of the constraints that I'm given, rather than try to break holes in those constraints. So like, I wouldn't try to do cross-reference GLTF stuff right now, personally. I would just commit to the idea that either I'm going to create a material library GLTF thing, or I'm not. And to me, like, loading a GLTF file for each level doesn't feel that bad, right? If every GLTF file has everything it needs to run a level, I'm okay with the duplication between those files, because the workflow there is very easy. There was some other second part to that question, right? Before we got into editors and stuff, there was something about bevy UI. Yeah, I wouldn't commit to like 0.19 for an alpha editor or anything like that. There's a timeline for BSN that has been publicly committed to. There is no timeline for an editor that has been publicly committed to. There's a lot of work on bevy UI widgets. There's a lot of work on the editor itself. There's a lot of work on the launcher. But I'm not going to say that you're going to get an alpha in 0.19. Like, you won't catch me saying that. I don't know exactly what's going to ship. And I don't think anybody really knows exactly what's going to ship right now. There's a lot of thoughts, but we don't have the concrete yet. You would be shocked if there was an editor alpha in 0.19. Yeah, because any timeline that I give would just serve as committing somebody else that's doing the work to the timeline. I won't say a timeline. You won't catch me saying a timeline. Because I just don't want to commit other people to work, you know? You're not seeing a de facto approach or preference to building UI. You're currently trying the experimental UI widget flag. Yeah, the experimental UI stuff is cool. I think that there will be, you'll see significantly more standardization once BSN lands. Basically all of the UI stuff, everybody's been waiting for BSN for so long, and BSN is like hinging on a lot of that work. Even with the experimental UI widgets that exist right now, those are all going to go through a rework for BSN that is currently happening. That's what's currently being worked on. So you'll see a lot more standardization once that happens, I think. Not that you don't have confidence in the community, just a lot of dependencies. Yeah, editor's a big project, for sure. Absolutely. Bevy UI is a big project by itself. You guess you're just really confused on how to build UI in a reasonably scalable way right now. BSN will land in 0.18. That is the public commitment in the bevy 0.17 future work section of the release notes. BSN and the BSN asset format are going to be the big feature for 0.18. That is the commitment as of the 0.17 release notes. I assume that it will land, people will do more stuff with it, and then we'll have more changes, but we will get a version of it at least. Yeah, I think building UI with bevy UI right now if you're talking about like building large sets of interfaces, I am much more confident in something like React to build large scale interfaces than I am with bevy UI at the moment. There isn't necessarily anything inherently wrong with bevy UI, but you have to do a lot yourself. And without BSN, I think it's a little bit... the way I'll frame it is everybody's kind of waiting on BSN to land to have bevy UI stuff. That really works. That's not to say you can't build beautiful UI right now. It just takes a lot of elbow grease. You just want to build your UI in an HTML layer that floats on top of the bevy 3D scene, but you don't know how to do that. With React, how does that work though? Sounds like you should just build the basics and wait for BSN. Yeah, build the basics, wait for BSN. That's my suggestion. Unless you're planning on shipping the game, like to Steam within the next 3 months. Because 0.18 on a typical timeline is going to be 3 to 4 months from the 0.17 release. So we're a couple weeks out from 0.17. So I would, don't hold me to this or hold anybody to this, but I would probably expect to start seeing RCs sometime mid to late December or early January, something like that. Obviously, that is completely dependent on what happens to be happening, what the state of BSN is. There's a lot of variables there. But like a couple months from now is kind of when I would expect 0.18. So unless you're going to ship your game before January, I would probably just build the basics and kind of like watch BSN as it comes in. There's currently a 0.17 compatible version of BSN if you want to play with it. But it's not particularly easy to play with. A nice Christmas present. So your family might be upset that you're coding instead of hanging out. Yeah. It's going to drop in the middle of the advent of code stuff, which is also going to be a high workload for me too. With holidays and things, you wouldn't expect anything in December. Yeah, I'm not expecting anything. I'm giving a rough time frame for like when the next release would happen if it was on the same kind of like 3 to 4 month schedule that releases are typically targeting. Right? We're in September, or no, we're in October now. So October, November, December, that's 3 months. So like 3 to 4 months, December, January-ish. Am I getting pinged? Cool. I think that the Rust outline here feels like a really good start. I'm definitely going to start scripting this. Hopefully I can get this done by like Monday. That's my goal. My goal is to have it done for next week. Between this and I think Flappy Bird and Bevy will be the first actual 0.17 released Bevy workshop. It'd be cool to see a video on Bevy Spacetime DB. You've been using that combo. It seems like a lot of fun. Seems like a missed opportunity for content. If they want to sponsor me, I'm open to that. I don't do a lot with Spacetime DB at the moment. I don't really do multiplayer stuff because there's a lot of complexity there. I think for me right now, if Spacetime came to me and was like, hey, we would love to see you do some work with Spacetime, I would definitely dedicate some time to doing that. But I'm shilling already. I haven't taken a single sponsorship on this channel ever. Just to be clear. There is zero sponsored content on this channel. And I've been doing videos for years. I typically turn sponsors down because the fit is bad, if I'm being perfectly honest. I'm also not confident in VC funded ventures, right? Like they're cool, absolutely. But after spending over a decade working with startups, I have my own reservations. Startups is where the vast majority of my career has happened. So it's very, very important to me that when I say something on this channel, that people think that I'm saying it for their benefit and not saying it because I'm being paid. That's why there are no sponsorships on this channel. The only sponsorship on this channel is Rust Adventure, effectively, right? Rust Adventure is the thing that pays my bills from that perspective. And it's my stuff. And I put up all my workshops and my articles and whatever over there. And that's where this stuff is going to go, for example. But like all of this is very transparent. It's like very clear that I'm creating Rust educational content and how I'm creating it. You know, there isn't like a, and then we talk about space-time DB, like sitting in the middle of this. And what about the subliminal flash frames that say NordVPN? I think those are aftershocks from viewing other channels. I think you watch maybe too much YouTube if that's happening. You're super into space-time. What do you like about it? What are you using it for? Fair, they have open sourced it though, I think, not trying to push too hard, but having come from UE5 multiplayer to this, it's night and day, makes it easy for a noob like me. I definitely at some point want to cover more multiplayer stuff. Multiplayer stuff is very interesting in a variety of capacities. There's a number of projects in the bevy ecosystem that do multiplayer stuff. I just have to spend a bunch of time going through them and working with them and being able to talk about them and stuff. It is in fact open source. Yeah, I mean, it's a database, right? So like, I would be very surprised if it wasn't. Right, like even like Planet Scale, another example. Planet Scale is a hosted MySQL, and now I think they have Postgres too at this point. But this is a VC funded, MySQL host. But fundamentally, it's built on the back of open source technology. So it uses Vitess to actually host and scale MySQL. So you could go run Vitess if you wanted to. Like the purpose of paying PlanetScale is so that they run Vitess, because I don't want to run Vitess. Like maybe as a joke, maybe for fun, you know. But I don't really like want to run multiple Vitess clusters for all my projects. So I paid PlanetScale instead. Same kind of thing with Spacetime, right? It is open source, but like you would pay them. It's funny. This is smart contracts, except it does not have anything to do with blockchain. Please don't associate us with blockchain. I wouldn't even have said this. I would not have even included this sentence. If it had to come with a sentence and a half of qualification about what you're not, just delete it. But yeah, I mean, I'm not against space-time, just to be clear. I just like, there's so much stuff to cover that I do have to pick. Yeah, you either pay in money or time, right? You're right. That's how that works. You either pay in money or time. Are there any plans in the future to cover how closures work under the hood? What do you mean by under the hood? You mean the function traits and stuff? I think the by example will show this. No, let's go to the docs. Rust fn mute. Can we get the list from ops? Not really. So there's fn once, and fn mute, and that's your closures. One of these three traits gets picked based on what kind of environment you're capturing. If you capture things like fn once is like the base, like your function can be called trait. And then the others are super traits. Do you mutate something, then you need fn mute, that kind of stuff. Not the traits. No, the fact that closures get turned into structs by the compiler. Oh, you want like implementation details. Okay. I don't really plan on covering that. I don't have anything against covering that, but there would be some work to deal with. Like I usually don't cover compiler internals. For macros, it's really easy because you can just like expand the macro, see the code, and then know what it is. For like compiler implementations of stuff, it's a little bit harder to figure out what is actually going on. So I don't currently have a plan to do that. I'm not against it though. If you really want it, if people want me to talk about that in a video, I can put it on my list. Plus one to that, you spend 90% of your time managing AWS Dynamo, API Gateway, Lambda, C++ API connectors, etc., etc. Yeah, yeah. Once you get into, and even the hosted services just take so much time to deal with, you know? Not that I would want to host DynamoDB on my own, but still even dealing with requisitioning it and stuff is a whole thing. Yeah. Blender seems like a great way to create 3D scenes and load into Bevy. What would you use for the same purpose for 2D? 2D is LDTK and tiled. LDTK is a level editor by the Dead Cells people, and tiled is, I don't know, made by somebody else. Basically, I go with LDTK personally, unless I want to do something that's isometric. If I'm doing something that's isometric, LDTK doesn't support it, and thus you need to use tiled. That's my decision tree for using 2D level editors. I have in the back of my head as well to try to use Bevy, or not Bevy, sorry, Blender, for some 2D stuff. Specifically, Silksong really brought back into my mind the parallax nature of their levels. Silksong hitboxes. This is Hollow Knight, but same thing. A little bit less of, I hate auto sign in stuff because it's like, okay, so every time I open a web page, it's just going to leak my emails. There's a bunch of layers here, right? It's all parallax. Setting those layers up in Blender, exporting all of those things, putting all of the images onto these things in Blender, and then running that as a 2D Bevy game feels very interesting because this is not a tile-based game, right? Like LDTK and tiled are like tile-based editors. This is not a tile-based game. And now we can all send your email to more data brokers. Thanks. Well, if you do, at least chip in and buy Rust Adventure with some of the money you make, yeah? Yeah, you can have a bunch of layers and stuff. Yeah, you can place like arbitrary stuff in LDDK and tiled and stuff. You can just put things on the page or whatever. They usually have special names for what those things are, but you can definitely do that. Yeah. But yeah, one of the things that I want to try actually is setting up this parallax layered setup in Blender and seeing if I can do recreate the effect. Because if I can do that, then I can use Blender as a 2D level editor. Sorry if this question now kind of out of left field. Have you by any chance made anything about, or even just mentioning RenderDoc with Bevy? Have I? Let me search my channel. I've definitely done RenderDoc stuff. Like I use RenderDoc. I don't know that I have made videos on it. Maybe the custom outline video has RenderDoc in it. Maybe the 2D isometric game that I was working on has some RenderDoc usage in it, but I don't have a video. I don't have a dedicated video. I have been meaning to actually do that. So let me put that on a note here. RenderDoc, Xcode, GPU debugging, Bevy. I've been meaning to do that. I just haven't done it. Probably also maybe like include Tracy in here. Maybe make a like a debugging Bevy apps video. Fair enough. Well, I suppose this is a reminder then. Yeah. RenderDoc is sweet. I love RenderDoc. I also use Xcode fairly often, actually. You probably don't have access to Xcode. You're probably asking about RenderDoc because you're on Linux, but you can do a GPU capture in Xcode as well, just running the binary. RenderDoc doesn't run on Mac, so I would have to do something else. Actually, I just had a thought. Let me mark on red. Let me minimize that. Let me minimize a couple of other things that happen to be on my desktop at the moment. Maybe not minimize my YouTube monitor. Minimize. Let me pull up a terminal. I think I have an application here and I can just do this on stream right now is kind of what I'm thinking. Do I have an interesting thing to capture? I think I'll pull the GitHub Rust Adventure Bevy examples. Git status. Git checkout main. Pull. Cargo run. Bin edge detection custom phase. Let's not run it. Let's build it. Okay. I've got a thing building over here. When it builds, we might switch over to Windows for a second and run render doc. Yeah. I've done that. Oh, well, I don't know that I should say that I've done that. I've heard of people doing that allegedly on games like Tunic. How's that? I'd love a video on non-physics based collisions. Do you have any content like that? You want to have a simple prevent walking through this wall without using avian or rapier? Well, prevent walking through this wall without using avian or rapier is just like a don't let the character move there, right? Like at the simplest level, you are not doing collision detection, right? You're saying that you have a character, it has a width. There are other things in the world that have positions and widths. If those two things are close enough, stop the character. That is the absolute basics of collisions. That's not like a GJK explanation or anything like that, but like the absolute basics for a 2D game, you don't even need to actually do collisions. You can just do, if these two things are close enough, stop moving. You were mostly asking because you've reported some bugs to Exofactory and she's never touched either Tracy or render docs. Maybe you could link or something. Yeah. Oh, okay. So like doing it on live stream probably wouldn't be very useful. Yeah, just a distance check, right? Because I mean, that's at the end of the day, that's what the physics system is doing at a more advanced level, right? Like two things kind of overlap. You realize that they overlap, checking the physics substeps, and then you move them out from each other wherever you want them to be. That's the TLDR of what's actually happening under the hood, right? So you can get even simpler than that and just like stop the character at a distance offset from something else and just have a system that checks for things like that. Yeah, Bevy also has collider math built in, which should be enough for stop walking through the wall. What is that? Intersects and bounding box, I think are bound something. Bounded 2D. So you can get the AABB in the bounding circle, and then those can go into, what's the other one called? Intersects volume. Intersects volume lets you do dot intersects on any of these types, including AABBs, 2Ds. There's some raycasts in here now, which is really cool. This set of stuff is growing over time. These are not components, is the big thing. You have to check these every frame yourself. So you construct the boxes, you check them, construct the boxes, check them, just every frame. If you want something a little bit more advanced like Avian that has components for colliders and stuff, you can use Avian without the physics, but with only the colliders. That'll give you a little bit more advanced in terms of like more collider options and stuff. Because the stuff inside of Bevy is squares and circles. And I guess raycasts now. Okay, so do we want to see render doc? Is that a thing people are interested in? Ooh, there's an update. I'm not going to update right now. Can I go Windows Desktop? Pull Windows open. Cool. How does PWD not exist inside of New Shell? Doesn't matter. I know where I am. So executable path is going to have to be what? Users, Chris. Oh, I never get to users, do I? This PC, users, Chris, GitHub, Rust Adventure, bevy examples, target. I guess I built it in debug. Here's the edge detection custom phase. I don't know. We have assets that are shaders, so we will need to run the assets. I don't have the global hook enabled or anything, so we're just running this directly. Working directory, command line arguments, environment variables. What bevy assets root? Or is it bevy asset root? Yeah, using Tracy is probably more useful unless you need to go deep for debugging. For GPU stuff, I find RenderDoc to be very useful. General perf, yes, Tracy, but for GPU debugging, oh, you actually just set the current working directory? We could do that too. That's fine. Examples, we're in edge detection custom page. There's assets. So if we launch, this shouldn't crash. Unless I've done something horribly wrong. Why does it have .exe on the end? My last settings aren't steam.exe. How dare you? Yada, yada, yada. I was doing funky stuff with this before, so. Why is this? There we go. That was bringing me to the launch page, sorry. So this is not picking up the shaders. So I think being in that working directory didn't work. Let me check the path not found, bevy examples, target debug assets. Let's look at the launch. Launch is, yeah, because it's not actually the working directory, right? It is the location at which the executable is built. Or the, is it bevy asset root? You said cargo manifester. Yeah, okay. That makes more sense. Bevy examples. What's the rest of this? Edge detection custom phase. Of course, I didn't add it before I hit the X button. Path not found, bevy examples, custom phase, assets, post-processing. Oh, I didn't have examples on it. You know, using RenderDoc is great, except for the fact that I can't type paths correctly. If you can type paths correctly, RenderDoc will work a lot better for you. Okay, so F12, 9, 10, 11, 12 is going to be like this. So we just hit F12. We captured. So we have a capture now. We can open the capture. You can all see RenderDoc right now, right? I didn't test this at all. Yada, yada, yada. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. So we click on this. It has the whole capture. We've got texture viewer, pipeline state, mesh viewer. Here's our texture, our output texture, pipeline state. We can click on the vertex shader, etc., rasterizer, fragment buffer, or frame buffer, I guess is what they call it inside of here. Mesh, whatever. Yada, yada, yada. All of our resources. Here's some 2D color attachments, right? Etc. Click on things, find things, yada, yada. The real interesting thing is on the left. The real interesting thing is on the left, and you can start clicking in a bunch of these. So there's command buffers. Here's our no camera clear pass. Here is early mesh pre-processing. So all the labels that happen inside of Bevy for the render pipelines, this is where you're going to read them. Actually, I don't know if this is even visible for people. I don't know if I can make this UI bigger. Settings. Restart required for global font scale. That's unfortunate. Yes, pipeline state, but we have to get somewhere where it actually has some relevant stuff. So main indirect parameters tuning, main opaque pass 3D is probably pretty interesting for us. Section pass is going to be actually the, so this is an example with actually this Bevy example actually has a custom render pipeline pass, right? A custom render pass. That's what this section pass is. So once we start clicking into here, we should start seeing more stuff. Instance index, color, vertex shader, yada, yada, rasterizer. And here's the, I meant to click on the other button. Resource inspector on that texture, click on the texture. Please show me the actual texture. I clicked on the wrong thing and I lost my spot. Resources, device, derived, image view. Open in resource inspector. Why am I not getting what I wanted? Created from device 18. That's my GPU. Image is the pre-pass sections texture. I want to bring it up on the right-hand side of the list, and I forgot how to do that. Use barrier, clear, barrier, whatever. Memory, image view, related resources. Memory 564, image 5, yada, yada. Here's all of our buffers and descriptor pools and textures. Bind groups, bind group layouts. This is 564 pipeline layout, render pass, shader modules, all of our bind groups. Memory 564 is what that mentioned. So that's this derived texture. Why am I not allowed to see that image? Am I just clicking the wrong stuff? Give me a second here. All of these are the draw commands and stuff on the left-hand side. So the main opaque pass 3D is like the main bevy opaque pass render pass. And these are all of like the Vulkan commands. I wanted it on the right so I could click other things. We can go to the texture viewer, but I wanted it somewhere else, and I can't remember how to get it into the place that I wanted. But this also works. So if we look at the section pass, this is the end result, right? If we go through each of the draw commands, what this is doing for all of these indexed draws is taking each of the meshes and drawing them into this texture. So you can see as I click through, each of the individual meshes is starting to get drawn actually onto this texture, and we end up with the result. Can you not link to a timestamp in a stream? I don't know if you can. I don't think you can, actually. For even more low-level debugging, the AMG GPU Open Profiler and NVIDIA tools are nice, can actually diagnose on what the GPU is bottlenecked. I've never used AMD GPU Open or the NVIDIA tools like that. So that's something that I need to dig into. RenderDoc is about as deep as I've gone, RenderDoc and Tracy. This is the same thing for the opaque pass. Each of the individual meshes gets drawn one by one. So you can actually debug what's going on that level. If we wanted to, we could go into the mesh viewer for this particular draw command and see that this is the mesh that's being drawn, along with all of the position data, the normal data, the UV data for all of the individual vertices. In this case, VS input and VS output are the vertex shader. We never see any geometry or tessellation because bevy doesn't support that. Point size, world positions. Like, so if you ever like wonder what a GPU shader is doing and what kind of data it actually has access to, and you're tired of returning values as colors to try to debug, run your application, capture it in RenderDoc, go through the draw commands, find the mesh that you're looking for, go to the mesh viewer, and look at what the data coming out of the vertex output is. And then you'll see literal actual values so that you can confirm your mental model. I feel like that's one of the things that is really tough with shader programming when people just get started, is they don't know how to use these tools yet. And as a result, they never see any of this data. So they actually never have any idea whether, say, a range is from -1 to 1 or 0 to 1 or something like that. So yeah, so we've got this pass. That is the main opaque pass 3D. That's a bevy thing. This draws the color to the screen for each of these meshes. The section pass is actually a custom thing for this example. It also takes all of the regular meshes and draws them to a texture. In this case, it's what I'm calling a section texture or an ID texture. So we can actually go in here and like look at the actual data here too by looking at these colors. This is HDR. It's R16, G16, B16, A16 float. And it gives me the values, right? So I can pick a value here and compare it to the value next to it, right? Things like that. In engine pass debugging, viewing output of a pass is also really useful. That's what we're doing right now. Well, in engine pass debugging, I don't know what you mean by in engine. Bevy doesn't have like an editor or anything yet. So there's no like place for that to show up. But if you take the capture, you can see all of the... I'm not aware of a plugin of any kind. But if you find one, do let me know, because that would be very interesting. zoom out here. No, I'm zooming in. So no camera clear pass. This is the background. I use kind of like a slate 950, so that's why it's gray. Late mesh pre-processing. Is this interesting to look at? I don't think so. Command dispatches, submitting the queues, beginning a render pass. So you will actually be able to, if you're familiar at all with the underlying GPU, like WGPU stuff, make direct connections between starting a render pass in Bevy and seeing begin render pass here. It's also interesting if you start looking at the individual draws here, right? Because we've got this thing, but it's drawing that triangle on the right-hand side there. If we zoom in, you can actually see that. And we can click through these to actually see which triangle we're actually looking at. I know this is a very ad hoc explanation of RenderDoc. But basically draw commands, you can view the draw commands, you can view the textures that are being input and output, you can view the meshes and all the data associated with all the vertices. And all of this information is quite a lot of information, but it's all very useful information. So here's the tone mapping pass. I don't think there's actually much tone mapping going on here. Post-process pass. Is that what that's what I named that, huh? I should have named that something else. Let's look at the inputs. So here are the two inputs for the post-process pass. The right-hand side, you have two tabs. If we click on VK command draw on the left-hand side for the post-process pass, that's my custom post-process. And then we look on the right-hand side, we get the screen texture. This is the color output of the main opaque 3D pass, as well as this other texture that I've passed in, which I've called pre-pass sections texture, which is just an arbitrary name. So we end up with those two things, and due to the shader code, we get outlines. So we don't really get to see the shader code all that well. I know that there are ways to actually look at the compiled shader code. I have personally never really found that particularly useful, but it is a thing that you can do. Where's the... There we go, view. So this is the Spear V compiled GLSL 450 version of the post-process shader, right? And as you can kind of see here, the code looks a lot different than like the WGSL that you would normally write. So it can be a little hard to read these, but you'll see kind of different compiled output for, like if you look at this in Xcode and you look at this on Windows like I am now, you'll see two different kinds of output. Yeah, I feel like that was a very rambly introduction to RenderDoc. To do an actual video and be prepared to talk about it. You can rearrange not just the tabs in RenderDoc, but basically all the panels if you grab them by their title. Yeah. Oh, dang. How's it going? Hey, Sandvoxel. How are you? We're looking at RenderDoc at the moment, just for kicks. So writes, read write, barriers, clears. So here's a bunch of writes in the main opaque path 3D. Here's a write in post process. Here's a barrier. Barriers are something that people don't really think about all that much. It's really interesting because you were going to try to do some baked shadow maps for dynamic lights. Sweet. Looks like you just made a render doc video. I don't know that I don't know. One of the things that I could do is just chop up the stream and make that the render doc video. But my personal standards for a render doc video are a little bit higher than that. And maybe they shouldn't be. Maybe I should just chop it up. Let's see. Is there anything else interesting? Let's see. Where are the captures kept for render doc? Since you're all here, I'll show you something, but we never did this. Let's get rid of this application. Can I open this? Couldn't be found. Oh no. I think my temp directory got cleared. These might not exist anymore. Okay, we can't do fun stuff. Sorry. Next time you use it, maybe just record that and then overdub an explanation of what you're doing. Yeah. I think I would like to do something a little bit more structured, have a specific example, tell people what the example is, and then run through RenderDoc and how to find different things. I think that there's definitely a video to be made there. On Linux, it's temp RenderDoc, and no idea on Windows. Yeah. You've been trying to rework your project for ReNet, and oof, you should have started so much sooner. I mean, if you're going to do networking is something that you include from the absolute start. It's one of those things that like fundamentally affects your project structure. Finding duplicate textures inside of RenderDoc is nigh impossible. I mean, there's a lot of information inside of RenderDoc, like a lot of information. There's this Chris app data local temp RenderDoc. App data, right? App data local temp RenderDoc. App data local temp RenderDoc. Nope. App data. That's roaming. App data local. Temp RenderDoc. I think that's the issue. Temp RenderDoc. Yeah. This folder got cleared out at some point, so I don't have those old captures, unfortunately. I don't want to show how to do that, but if I had a capture sitting around, I would have shown the capture. But yeah, that's RenderDoc. I guess, is there anything else that somebody wants to see in RenderDoc before I close this? What is it? It's 11 o'clock. All right, we're done with render doc. Hopefully y'all find that interesting. Hopefully I'll get around to doing a video on that. I've been meaning to do a debugging video. I have such a long list of videos that I forget videos that are on the list. I'm reasonably happy with the stuff here. I'm going to start scripting this. I'll probably come up with more stuff as I script and decide to keep or introduce or get rid of other stuff. All right, now do Tracy. I don't think I have Tracy set up, unfortunately. So I don't think I can easily do Tracy at the moment. Otherwise, I would. I haven't actually tried doing Tracy with 0.17 right now. So I don't even think... Let's see. I have to update almost certainly. No need to install. Did we change things? It's been a while since I've run Tracy. Yeah, that's what I thought. To determine which Tracy version to install. Hopefully I just didn't bum myself out on that. Let's do Asteroids since it's sitting here. Asteroids is a Gizmos application. Let's do... I have something else sitting around. I have layered materials. It's not super interesting. There's not a lot going on there. Oh, we have this. Perfect. And we need Bevy, Trace, Tracy. I need to run the UI. Oop, this is going to be fun. Come on. Minimize some of these things. Come on, Tracy, be well behaved. Ugh. Bevy is here at 17 ray tracing demo. Would I like to enable achievements? No, I'm good. Regular Windows do not have icons on Mac OS. Cool. Yeah, Yabai has started kind of freaking out every once in a while on a specific window. I haven't narrowed down why that's happening. That has never happened before. Shrug. I've noticed that it happens a lot if I'm like connecting and disconnecting. Whatchamacallit. I didn't actually run the tree command. Let's see, cargo tree, yada yada, Tracy. That's going to make me wait for a lock on the directory. Tracy client 0.18. Well, Cross our fingers and hope. Current latest Tracy release works with 16 and 17. Nice. So do we need to get to 0.12 then? I clearly haven't updated Tracy in a while. Yeah, 0.12 is the one. Okay. Get it. Download. It's going to make me manually download it, isn't it? Sick. Now the question is, does this not see 0.12 because Homebrew doesn't have 0.12, or because I need to like update the Homebrew registry? I don't want to update all of my crates. Cross my fingers. And hope this doesn't break everything horribly. So is Homebrew just behind then? Latest release is from June. Why do we only have 0.11.1? Already up to date. Shrug. Oh, they also only have the Windows release on GitHub releases for some reason. Tracy Profiler 0.12.2. Windows and source code. Windows and source code. They don't even have the Mac OS release on the Tracy repo. What's the one video from your many videos that I should watch on a recent version of Bevy to start from 0 to something? To start from 0 to something. The Observers video from 2 weeks ago. What was the other video I did 2 weeks ago? Light maps? No, light textures, animated light textures. I'll probably start with the Observers video. It's not going to be like a 0 to everything. It's going to be a 0 to understanding observers. Maybe check out the Bevy 0.17 release video after that. Give you a kind of a broader overview. I don't have like a 0 to everything 17 video out yet. But observers would be a good start because observers are heavily used in modern Bevy. Okay, so I haven't pushed this example up yet. So on GitHub, the Tracy repo doesn't have a Mac release. So let's just try. Incompatible, yeah. It's really unfortunate. Why do they not have a Mac OS release? That's really frustrating. Trying to get RenderDoc to run your REST bevy app is a pain in the ass. Why is it a pain in the ass? But you should only have to do a cargo build. You should be able to select the executable from the target directory, and you should have to set bevy asset root to view your assets. And that is it. You should be able to click launch on the launch page after you've set those config items on the same page. Is that what you're doing, or do you have other stuff that you are having trouble with? I can show you the UI again. I still have it up. Really frustrating that Tracy doesn't have a Mac OS release really at all. Really unfortunate that it's not in Homebrew. Looking at the Tracy formula in Homebrew at the moment. I mean, we could try to build it ourselves. It's kind of annoying, honestly. Okay, you bye. Chill. This is the Ruby stuff. Yada yada yada. 11. This is looking for a Git. Archive. This must work. Does work. So do I just replace this with 12.2? It worked. I don't know where this release is coming from. So we've got a Tracy 0.12.2. This has got to be source. This doesn't look like it has actual. So we're going to have to run CMake on this. Let's go on an adventure. Downloads. Tracy. All right. Do I have the things that matter? You ended up using Chrome mode for tracing and Perfetto to view. It was fine. Yeah, absolutely. I did see your message about Nix. I don't have Nix installed. This is also the only package that I have trouble installing via Homebrew. Everything else, as far as I've seen, has been up to date. So the question then is, there is an install procedure here. It's going to be an adventure because Tracy, GitHub, frame profiler. build process instructions. It's a PDF. I'm sorry. Let's view the PDF. This expects you to be adding it to a C project. Two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This is a 10-step build process to add it to your project, and then ta-da, you're done. Oh, that's wild. You wanted to recommend somebody ocular. Yeah, and that was in Nick's. Tracy needs some release love for sure. CMake integration, Meson integration. This is so wild. Is this what it's like to live in Sealand? Okay, so we've got two options. We can hope that the Ruby install instructions for Homebrew still apply, which requires CMake, package comp, capstone, and free type, and GLFW, which I assume all got installed via Homebrew to install this thing in the first place. I have no idea how long this build will take if we do run it. Here's the install instructions. Here's some arguments. CMake S, child, args, CMake args, then build, then install. So it is 2 commands, it looks like. Actually, I don't know that that's true. Build path each child. Build paths are what? Where are the build paths? Problematic platforms, all of them. Bevy profiling tool coming when? It's so disappointing that Tracy is this hard to install. Let's see. Capstone, GLFW, free type. De-download off. So this turns downloading for the Capstone, GLFW, and free type off. Then, does it use this function? CMake lists.text. There are import profiler, Python, test, and update, as well as capture, CSV export, and in the root. So I'm assuming this one is the one that we care about the most, which is, of course, just a whole bunch of CMake code. Oh, man. GitHub deprecated Mac OS CI runners. All of them? I don't think all of them, right? Oh, yeah, I wouldn't enable dynamic linking or like... I think it only deprecated the old ones. Yeah, it deprecated Intel. I don't think you can build for Intel on GitHub Actions anymore. ARM should be fine. Honestly, with CI/CD, Mac always seemed like a pain. Yeah, if you have to build on the platform, GitHub Actions having Mac support was really nice, or is really nice. Yeah, there was a time when Mac didn't work at all in GitHub. There was a time when GitHub Actions didn't exist, and that was really painful in general. Okay. Do we have CMake installed? We have to, right? Yes, we have CMake installed. Where's there a build? Yada, yada, yada. Is there a build in this? There's no build. This must be an output directory. See, I can CMake. Normally you specify the build directory yourself, i.e. new directory. Yeah. Okay, build didn't exist. So build is our build directory. You can tell that I'm really unfamiliar with CMake as a tool due to the amount of time that I'm taking to do this. Okay. Build. Tracy. Did we just fail at building? Is that what happened? Built target Tracy client. So that must be lib Tracy client. So do we just need to target that? No, we need the actual whole thing, right? So do we need to do everything here? Every directory that has the thing? I don't think they have that in here as an argument. Unless that's like a default argument. Standard CMake args. Where's standard CMake args? Not defined here. Homebrew. Standard CMake args is a regular thing. Standard CMake. Oh, that's legacy homebrew. Never mind. That was the wrong homebrew. Homebrew core. Standard CMake args. Okay, only 1.1 thousand definitions for standard CMake args. Wait, the CI does build macOS? Hang on. We're going to go take another look at Tracy's GitHub. Because if that's just, like, if it builds an archive in an action and it's just sitting there. I would like to pick. Wait, 12 will be ignored since log searching is not yet available. Okay, cool. Let's try to find... You found the artifact link? Did you put that in Lon knows how to access me over Discord. This is search logs. That's so weird. It builds on every pull request. Yes. I was trying to find the release tag run. Right? Commits, notes. Is this the action? No, this is signed commit. June 25th. Let's just see if it exists. Cool, there's a deploy. GitHub workflows. Build LaTeX, Linux, and Emscripten. Find artifacts, Windows, find artifacts. Mac OS 15, build strategy, continue on error. Find artifacts. Only if they find with Windows. Matrix OS, bin. Okay, so theoretically, but it doesn't create the bin for anything that isn't, well, actually, it does it for non-Windows and Windows. So it should be there, if I can find the URL. The 0.12.2 build is going to be outdated now? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, it's going to be too old and we're not going to be able to get to it? Yeah, GitHub doesn't keep artifacts forever. That's from June. It's like 3 months ago. We could just try to pull a random one. 25th was the date. June 25th. Release, Linux, Emscripten, manual, build. Theoretically, this would have it. Logs expired, which means the other things almost certainly are gone. Expired. RIP. Okay, so if we instead just throw up a hope and a prayer. I think, you know what the problem with this one is going to be? That I'm actually not on Mac OS 15. I'm on 14.8. So that'll be a problem, I think. How many people use Tracy on the regular and this is this difficult? I'm currently just yoinking CMake commands from workflow files. Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely how that's going down at the moment. So do we need to run this for every CMake files? Also, the other thing is, what is the standard CMake args for homebrew? Legacy. What is the magic incantation to find the definition? Are my sure Mac OS 15 binaries won't run? I mean, project with rodents of unusual size? I don't think they exist. I actually didn't try the 15 binaries at all. Let me actually try and see if they run. Which one do I want to run? I just want to run Tracy profile probably. Zero dot 12.4. Incompatible protocol version. You think it's just because it's a feature branch? Let's go to actions. Let's go to actions. These are PRs. Commit pushed. Commit pushed is what I'm looking for, right? You think it's because 12.2 is so long ago? Let's see if this has a different version. Mac OS 1. Tracy profiler. 12.4. What do you think? What do you think is 12.2? Do you think these are tagged at all? What do you think the oldest artifact is that we can get here? I know this is such an amazing Bevy and Rust stream right now. Pull request, pull request, pull request. Can I filter for main? So here's an August. Still around. Check the right one. Download Mac OS. Open Mac OS 2. I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller so that I can see it. Mac OS 2. Tracy Profiler. 12.4. August is 12.4. You feel like you can debug with logs faster than you can install Tracy? No bevy, no Rust, only Tracy. You check back regularly only because you like Chris's content. You got to be honest. Almost every stream I catch seems like a painful debugging experience. Well, to be fair, this is painfully debugging a C library. This is not. This has almost nothing to do with Rust. We were going to try to profile a bevy application with Tracy, and Tracy is a C application. And they, for some reason, decided to not ship Mac OS applications for 12. And we do need to use v12.2 exactly to match the libraries up. So our options are either try to find a GitHub action produced release that is 0.12.2, or build it ourselves with CMake. And if we build it ourselves, we still have to check out the right version to build. So for now, I'm just trying to see how far back I can go before the artifacts disappear. And see if one of these can actually produce a 0.12.2 artifact. And if I can't, then I can't. And that is just it. Because otherwise, the alternative is going to be I either have to do this on Windows or I have to figure out how to build it myself. And if I'm going to build it myself, it's probably not going to be on stream. Yeah, the window manager being broken like that is really strange. It's something related to me disconnecting and reconnecting monitors. I'm hoping that like somebody is aware of it and is working on a fix, and I will upgrade and it will go away. But you know, okay, so this expired. And that is July 13th. This expired. I think this is the oldest one we can get. If this is not 0.12.2, then we're out of luck for today for the stream, is how I'm going to frame it. Zero dot 12.3, it's at least worth trying. Incompatible protocol version. That tracing Tracy is 0 to 11.4. So Homebrew is too old by 3 patch versions. GitHub Actions is too new by a major version. Why try so hard to get Tracy to work? Mostly because a lot of the stuff that I do is do the hard work of figuring out how something works and then tell other people the easy way to work. Right? Like something I just did recently. On my personal side, I shipped a blog post about KTX. And this took me a decent bit of research to figure out. This is basically like a workflow for taking textures and compressing them with different block compression algorithms to be able to use KTX GPU ready textures with your bevy applications. This took me probably a week of research. I tried maybe 4 different tools at least. CRAM, Basis U, KTX tools by itself, NVIDIA texture tools, something else, if I remember correctly. Learned a bunch about block compression algorithms, learned a bunch about super compression with Z standard, and all of that got wrapped up into basically, hey, you should run these 3 commands. So that's just kind of like the job. That's why I'm trying so hard to run Tracy, because Tracy is one of the common things in general that people want to use. And if I can figure out how to use it, because I have decades of experience in programming and figuring out how to do things in general, then I can tell somebody with less experience how to do it without them needing to tear their hair out. I've already lost my hair, so. Perfetto alternative is so much easier. Do we have instructions for Perfetto? You love that. You would have pushed harder to get Tracy to work myself, but quickly got the sense we don't care about Nix, so any solution would probably break soon. Yeah, I totally hear that. The like the stuff that I do for like Rust Adventure is all this kind of stuff. It's go figure out how to actually do it, go figure out how it actually works, so that other people don't have to do all of the legwork to get that to happen. And they can just take, like, for example, if you were going to build a backend web API, I could say you could use Axum and that would work for you, and it will work for you. And like, yeah, you might be happier with Poem or something like that. But I know Axum will work for you because it works for everybody, because it's a solid library that has everything that everybody needs on a pretty regular basis. Yeah, I don't know why they don't include the binaries. That's really strange. It's really unfortunate. What are the Chrome flags? Let's see. Chrome tracing, something like that. Let's get rid of some of these extra Tracy windows. We had that thing open at some point, didn't we? Let's get rid of all these Tracy windows, homebrew stuff. Did I not? I've got so many Finder windows open from downloading Tracy so many times. Here's profiling. Chrome. Let's bring our Perfetto UI over to, oh, which desktop was it? I don't have a desktops problem. What do you mean? Tracy Chrome. Try the new dark mode. Yes, thank you. Advanced settings, stack sampling, no target selected. Yeah, it's not a bad idea to just skip on Tracy unless you're on Windows. After running your app at JSON. Okay, so we're going to get a JSON file here. We can stand on the shoulders of giants, literally. I am a giant. I'm 6'9". Yeah, 0.12.2 is the version we need. For some reason, it's not in Homebrew. I could try to install Nix and see if it's packaged in Nix. That would be interesting. I don't have Nix installed currently. And I have to be honest, I don't really know how to work with it because I've never used it. Well, that's not entirely accurate. I haven't used it in like over 5 years. You just thought the ceiling was low. No, this is a 9 or 10 foot ceiling. I think actually, I'm gonna go with 9 feet for the ceiling. Be interesting, be interesting, be interesting. Be done. Get JSON file? Get JSON file. Open trace file. Get trace file. Dump trace file into browser. Full screen Perfetto. Hey, look. Wasn't that so much easier than Tracy? Yeah, I'm not going to let it run that long. You looked away for a moment and had a 7 gig trace. Yeah, so I mean, Perfetto is like gonna be the suggestion here. Can we get a zoom? Do I have a zoom? Not like a that zoom, but a timeline zoom. It's not what I wanted to do, but shift, control. Cool. And there's our full, okay, so let's look at what's going on. So the program started, I let it run for a little bit, and then I started moving it around. The performance profile here looks the same the whole time to me, other than the very beginning, which I think makes sense because this is all going to be, can I move back and forth? There we go. This is going to be init plugin took 32 milliseconds, render plugin took 19 milliseconds, asset loader for some embedded shaders inside of Bevy, tone mapping plugin and core pipeline, 22 milliseconds, 19 milliseconds. So audio plugin, 59 milliseconds. I don't think there's any interesting plugins in here. So the render thread starts here. And then our application really starts running like here. This is everything has started. Need some way to start the trace recording while in the app so we can grab a specific bit of it. Yeah, that would be ideal. I feel like there should be a way to do that, but I don't know it offhand. So let's zoom in. And this is, I think, the entire frame. This is update. So the entire frame took 2 milliseconds. Main app took about 2. Render extract took 425. I always forget. Microseconds is the U. I always get confused between micro and nano for no reason. They're not even the same. Here's our render thread. Not a whole lot happening on the render thread. Fixed first, fixed post update. So if we zoom in here, we see the fixed update schedule running. Fixed main, fixed main, fixed main. I don't know why there's 4 of them that run there. That's interesting. Pre-update first, post update. Here's update. Can we zoom in on update? Here's a wireframe material, atmosphere probe components. So maybe not much happening all that yet. So let's go over here. And now our update looks a little bit more like it's dominated by extract app. Close when requested, environment map light, wireframes, trigger components, trigger screenshots, sorry. Interesting. These are all very, very small time frames too. These are like microseconds of time. I'm looking for my, because this is the 2D visibility example, we should somewhere, if we're not zoomed into nanoseconds, be able to see our systems, right? That's post update. But I am not really seeing multi-threaded executor. This is key code, wireframe, components, wireframe material, screenshots, environment map light. I feel like I don't see my system anywhere. MUU is micro, yeah. Search filter at the top. What did I call that system? Why does that turn yellow? Is that this? Oh, you know what? Actually, I did move it to post update. Okay, so it is here. But the question is, where in here is it? I don't know why I was looking at update. Window. Asset events. Bright change, morph batching, skins. Clusters, animate targets. UI camera targets. Multi-threaded executor, camera targets. I think it should be here. It's not in the render app. There we go. This is our function. This is our calculate visibility. This is the system that runs over every vertice in the entire, every vertex in the entire app gets run through this system and iterates over it. So you would think that this is like an extremely, I don't know, costly in some sense algorithm, because it touches every vertex in every mesh. sorts them, iterates over them a couple of different times. So it's like very wasteful, does the work every frame for no real reason, doesn't cache anything. And draws all the rays to all the vertice points, iterates over all of them to figure out which one to go to, and it's taking 73 microseconds. So this is our calculate visibility. This is the thing that builds the mesh in the first place. And searching for calculate did flag it in the right spot. This yellow marker at the top when we searched calculate did mark this. It's just lower in one of the compute task pools. Are you running in release mode? Release mode probably gets rid of a bunch of debug symbols and stuff. So my other thought is, after we do this, the next incantation of extraction is somewhere. I don't know. Yeah, cool. Render extract app. Extract is not going to be a good search term, is it? View specialization. Mesh picking update hits. Uniform buffer. Light probes. I mean, like, realistically, you can say that our work doesn't show up in the trace. I'm just looking at it because I'm curious to see if I can find it. This is the opaque main pass. Took 29 microseconds. Main transparent pass 2D, 61 microseconds. I mean, realistically, extracting this information is going to be like no time at all. It's like a couple of F-32s, but the performance is an engine issue won't fix. You were playing with features and disabled default features, which disables multi-threaded. Oh, that would do it. That would absolutely do it. Features hopefully are going to be easier to manage very soon. This week in Bevy has a list of all the features, collections, and high-level profiles that are being added. These are also in the PR, but so you should be able to do default 2D, 3D, UI, and then dev as well, and then other things. But yeah, cool. So I know that the Tracy part got a little bit hairy there. But thanks for sticking around, everyone. I won't stream tomorrow morning, but I'll probably be back on Friday. But that's going to do it for today. So thanks for hanging out, and I will catch you probably either Friday morning, if not Friday morning, then Saturday morning. Have a great rest of your day, y'all.